Alright. Where were we at?
What's the matter, baby?
Nothing!
I was gonna say, don't call me baby.
Excellent!
I got so much done yesterday. Well, this morning, really. Did my thingies not play?
Excellent!
There we go. Sorry, thank you for the resub. I'm gonna top off and then let's see what I got left here. I will be back in a moment. Okay. Am I leaning? Wait, is the Venture Brothers movie out? I didn't even know it was released yet.
I didn't know it was released yet either. If it is, we'll have to make a plan to watch it.
Yeah, I need to get caught up though. I think there's like
What?
4 or 5
Not caught
episodes. Well, no, there's like 4 or 5 episodes of the absolute latest series that I didn't see. I was on like the latest season, but I don't think I finished it. I don't know, and things like that where you know it's going to be the last thing ever, I kind of want to hold off a little bit. So yeah, if y'all want to see what I've been working on. I don't have that rear shot yet.
Oh, it's looking good.
I still have to draw them from the back angle. I'm going to do that today. All right, my computer is... Something's going on.
Is it thinking? Do you have any pending updates?
I don't think so, but something is running very hard. Hmm. Let me see. I gotta open this file again. Hmm. Yeah, maybe it was just some weird thing. Is there a reason everything is in red? No, I think we're all right. Usually go to details and go to resource monitor. Or no, it's under performance. And like I always assume it's a disk writing thing. Yeah, the system's doing a bunch of disk writing right now. I don't know what they're... It's bytes a second. That's only 2 megabytes a second, though. It's almost nothing. Maybe it's just a little fart. They happen sometimes. Quick, do I remember basic Russian colors? Not all of them. Sinya. Black is черная, white is белая, yellow is желтая, green is зеленая. Krasnaya is red. I mean, obviously, yeah. I don't think I know too many more. Seré is gray. I just know, like, from songs and stuff. Let me put another song in here real quick. I have to add one to my loop before I begin working. I'm still waiting for this to even out. It does look like the Windows system is doing some disk writing right now, so it's doing some dicks writing. Oh my God, my D drive, my external is almost completely full. Jesus. 7 out of 9 terabytes. Do they make a 20 terabyte? Or is that too big now? Western Digital. $600 Canadian. That sounds about right. It's the highest they have. Okay, so they have a 12, a 14, 16, 18, 20. Jesus Christ, can you imagine? I went from an 8 to a 10. Do I need a 20? I'd like a 20. Yeah, for $400 something, I would, yeah, I'll look into that next month when I get paid. But, no, I know that that's not for every single word, but it, you know, for a red cat, krasnaya koshka. Koshka ends with a, it's female, so it's krasnaya. You know, if it was a male cat, kot, it ends with a T, so it's male, so it would be krasny kot. Like
Check this out. This in general. It's basically a little phrase which allows you to remember the like sequence of colors in a rainbow.
Yay.
Because it's like every first letter is a letter of the color.
Yeah, K O J Z G S F.
Каждый охотник желает знать, где сидит фазан.
Every hunter wants to know where the pheasant sits. I'll have to remember that because they had the same thing where what was the Deer King Philip came over for green salad. Domain, yeah, here it is. Hold on a minute. It's the King Philip classification. Okay, let's see. Yeah, or good soup. It's like my very educated mother just sent us purple noodles. It's Mars, Venus, Earth. I mean, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. Well, Pluto's not in there anymore. But I remember when I was in school, Pluto and Neptune switched places. And it was Pluto Neptune instead of Neptune Pluto because the original was 9 pizzas. But then they changed it to purple noodles because Pluto was actually closer for a brief amount of time or something like that. Something like that. Uranus. Uranus. Anyhow. Let me find what I was looking for here. Yeah, Deer King Philip came over for good soup. We were taught green salad. There's the lunchroom health craze going on when I was in elementary school. Domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. And then variety in brackets. Variety, you're always gonna be in brackets. Sounds like someone came into the zoology department like, we have to add this sub thing under species because there are striped hyenas and there. Well, I think that goes up a little higher. where do striped hyenas and spotted hyenas separate? Is that in genus? Not it wouldn't be family. I think Hyenidae is family. I don't know. I'm not an entomologist. This definitely does not run as fast as it does when I'm not streaming. That's okay though. I don't mind. So anyway, I gotta get back to this shot here. And they're going to be moving around and blinking and animating. I'm just actually moving the objects with the car right now. There's another set of 4 animation objects for them there too. I just haven't drawn them yet. I saw Nice Guys in the... That's the Ryan Gosling one, right? And Russell Crowe. Yeah, I saw that in theaters in the UK with 2 of my buds. That was a fancy movie theater, too. That was the first time I saw a movie theater that had smartphone games before the movie. I don't know, I have mixed feelings about that. Don't think the picnic area will be seen, so I could just delete that and make the file smaller and run a little faster. Do we see any of the picnic stuff here before the tunnel? No. Okay. Learning how to optimize. Those definitely, those are low resource though. Those are just textures. This isn't very resource heavy. Slava did a good job on it. I understand the want to use textures for mountains in the backgrounds and stuff, and I need to be a little more open to that. I hate packing textures in with a file, but if, you know, I'm not. The only reason I don't like big file sizes is because when you're drawing and undoing and redoing as you're drawing and erasing stuff, the bigger your file is, the slower the undo becomes. Until it's like you can only undo this fast. And sometimes, like there were some points where like hitting, I could only undo about the remake of a movie based on a book is bad. Oh no. God, how many fucking exorcism movies are there now? There's like The Exorcism of Emily Rose, The Exorcism, The Last Exorcism, The Exorcism of blah blah blah, Joey's Exorcism. The Hills Haunted House of the House on Haunted Hills Haunting. And so I'm like, all right, I'm good on all that. Is it really the car? Okay, so we're getting about 18 frames a second. When the car is on, we lose 5 frames. Why is the car causing so much? How many? I'm just wondering if there's something on this car that has way too many polygons. Is it just the rig that makes it so slow? Yeah, a little bit. I think it is if I turned off the, yeah. Let's see if this, all right, we're getting, that doesn't make a difference at all. I would turn this off if we were animating. Yeah, see. If I turn off the terrain, I just wonder, is it the, that's exactly what it is. The reflection plane, the rear view mirror. I think it is. So we're getting about, let's turn off the greenie. Yeah, the greenie being off helps. Yeah, it shouldn't be the car. You know, that does put us right up at 24 frames. Like, why? I don't know. It is one of those things where it's like I don't know what to call it. An optimization hunt. So let's turn the cascade size down. I don't even know if that makes a difference. It's interesting to see what makes the frame rate go down. Oh well. I need the reflection on while I'm drawing, though. That's what's gonna suck. So if we can just turn the terrain off, it should be a good gain. I don't have to worry about this when I'm not streaming. Streaming just takes up a lot of the processing power, I guess. Maybe it's GPU load. Yeah, right here you're gonna see just a little bit of Pyotr's nose in the mirror and his brother's shoulder here, but I am gonna draw it. It's gonna look good. They're saying it's gonna be about November until the new version of Grease Pencil comes out, so hopefully that'll have the better lighting stuff. What do I do if I get really stuck on the writing side of things? If there's a scene I can't really figure out how to push things forward in it, I go to one of the other scenes that needs to be done and I work on that. That won't work for everybody. But You need to have that notepad file that I've told everybody about. You need to have a file. Every time during the day you get a little random idea, and you should always be thinking. You should always be looking around and seeing how you can incorporate things into your writing or your cartoon or your movie or whatever. You go to a weird restaurant of a country's food that you've never had before, and something wild happens there. You meet someone really cool, or you know, your server does something funny. You know, if you get a good idea from that, you should immediately pull out that file on your laptop or your phone or whatever and write it down. Even if you just have to hit the microphone button in your notepad app and speak something out into your phone if you can't like type it with your thumb fast enough. Everybody should. If you are wanting to create a story and write a story and you're not writing down random ideas during the thing, or you know, during the, sorry, I was reading your the thing or Alien, but like during the day, like I don't know what you're doing. Never, ever, ever just keep your ideas in your head. Your head is an organic swirl of a cloudy mass of things that you think about sometimes during the day and sometimes not for several months. You'll be like, oh, well, I'll remember that idea. No, you won't. You'll remember it in like 4 months past the point that you needed it. Always, 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 always write your stuff down in a file. I have almost half of a megabyte of just raw text. Not like scripts, just like even just one little paragraph is a complete idea. Some of it's in short form, some of it like will have references to dreams and things that I've had that only I will understand. But no matter what, I scroll through it every 3 to 4 months, or every month, somewhere in between there. Every so often you should open that file and just randomly hit page down and scroll through it and look at old ideas and be like, wait, what is it? Oh yeah, like you'll start reading one that you won't remember, but if you wrote it out the way that you yourself writes things out, like shorthand notes for yourself, it'll come back. And the cool thing is, when you look at those old ideas, they'll seem unfinished compared to what you have as input for them now. And you look at that idea and be like, oh, I didn't finish this? Well, obviously this will happen. And then all of a sudden you're adding to those ideas and you're improving them. Save it, close the file, and go back to what you were doing. You know, or keep scrolling and looking for another idea that you kind of half finished. Even if it's not a fully formed idea, it's like a dream journal. I don't keep a dream journal, but I'm just saying it's like the same concept. If you keep a dream journal and you wake up and have a really wild dream and you're like, oh, I'll write it down later, I got to get to work and blah, 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 you'll forget that dream. You'll have a weird smell or a weird tinge of something that'll get in your brain like 6 months later, and you'll have a faint whiff of that dream for like 4 to 5 seconds. Be like, that was, oh wow, I haven't thought about that dream, and it's gone. If you write it down and you read it, it will bring it back up. It's like smelling a crayon and remembering kindergarten when you haven't smelled a crayon or thought about kindergarten in years. What if minus ruins my dream journal? I don't understand what that means. What is a minus? Or who is? But anyway, you have to do that. If I lost that, I've said this before, if I lost that fucking file I really should print out a hard copy of it, even though I have it backed up on like 100 different devices. if I lost that fucking file, I would plank in front of a Mack truck. That's like entire, not my entire life's work, but like going on over 7 years now. Holy jeez. Anyhow. But yeah, to get around a writer's block or whatever, just anytime you get a little idea, write it down. Let me find something that's not that is stream friendly and just bring up a little block. And let me show you how I have this. Let me find it. Yeah, here. I just have a couple on screen. This is just in the middle of my file, like about halfway down. This is how I keep my ideas. They're all separated by a hyphen. And there's a little thing where if it's an idea or it's a scene or I don't want to scroll down. Like, this is a good section that some of them have very, very bad words in them. But these are just little ideas, and like if I have an idea, like maybe in something there's a thing, or if it's something like I want to have a scene where a guy does a flip and dodges a bullet, then it would have like # scene or whatever before it. But this file goes on for a really, really, really long way. And that's how I have all my ideas set up. Or if there's a term, it would be glossary instead of scene, or quote. If you think of a quote that's really cool, just put like a #quote or whatever. #lore. If there's like a story like, oh, and in this world, they have 20 hours a day instead of 24 hours a day, that would be lore. You know, like a fact of the world that you know, and just, yeah. Trying to look for some more examples. But yeah, like you know, there's lore, quote, glossary. If there's like, I put glossary if there's a weird term that someone reading or seeing it would have no idea like what the word means, and it would be glossary. I was like, oh, the turn is their word for a year, because it's the time it takes the generator inside of where they are to do a full revolution, and you know, whatever. But you know, quotes, a scene, or whatever. Just like if you have a cool quote or something, it's like I could use that in a scene, but I don't even know what the scene would be. Put a little mark on it that says, you know, hashtag quote, and then like put it in there. You can put something like, if you have as much of an idea formed where it's like, I want to have this character that works for the police force say this line, then it becomes a scene or an idea. If you have like a dialogue between two people, I would put that under scene. You know, there's all sorts of. Sorry, I know some of that's vulgar, but the cartoon touches on some stuff. And
I'm here.
that's hey buddy. That is that format that I just showed you. Every day that you have a new idea, you type it at the very top of the file, and then you hit enter a couple times. You go back to the very top, hit enter a couple times, and then put a dash above it. So when you open the file, you're instantly there ready to type in your idea, and then you prime it for the next one. You go hit control home and hit enter, and then up home again, and then type a dash. So like it's already separated for the next idea you type the next time you open the file. Anyway, I'm getting ready to draw the back shots of these characters. So I'm gonna have 4 sets of work for you guys, and then when the camera angle changes, 4 more sets, and then when the camera angle changes back to the front again, that's gonna be 4 more sets. So I am gonna have a lot of work for you to do next week.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna work on Wolf on my stream tomorrow. Get that finished up and handed back to you.
That's not what I heard.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be a neat one.
What is?
I stream tomorrow.
Oh, I can't wait. You
There's
doing
one
it tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
Now, what about the tits? I mean, the Twitch
so I
Interactive
have-
Throwing System, TITS.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be ready?
Should be.
Really?
I have half of my tits done, and then I'm gonna have some special tits for people. Yeah, for people who throw money at my tits.
Roscoe, that's vulgar. You're being sent to timeout. Can I time someone out for 5 seconds?
Try it out. Bro, you are grounded.
Go reflect.
Return to start.
He's just
do
like,
not collect $200.
why did you do that? I'm gonna start doing that whenever someone's too cheeky. I'm gonna time them out for 5 seconds. I mean, he knows what TITS is. See, I tried to do that a year ago. I tried to time someone out for like 60 seconds or something, and I put it in and it made it for 10 minutes instead. And I was like, no. Then I had to go like find a way to turn it off, and I had to apologize, and it was awkward. Oh, Lord.
Too cheeky on these tits. Now, tits, Twitch interactive throwing system is.
Yeah, you guys know the thing where you can like type in something and it throws a cupcake or a box or a pie at the VTuber's face or whatever.
I've been learning it.
Hey, Ogan, how's it going? Yeah, just getting ready to animate this other scene for episode 3. Been chilling on Twitch. They haven't come for me yet. Can I see your legs? No, never.
I don't know. Can you?
Fox just turns away, pulls out a cigarette out of nowhere, and just like lights it. And Wolf is just like crumpled up ragdoll on the floor, completely defeated. You know that would. Like, it doesn't even show him falling to the floor. It would just, when it just cuts and Fox lights the cigarette, the camera pans a little to the side. It's just like I just drew him over a ragdolled model of him that had like gotten fucked up. You know that would be funny.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here, let me render a shot of this. Cause see, all the lighting and everything is done in this program. Let's get it where you can kind of see the lights up there. There. I'm gonna render one frame, and I'll show you how I do the composition. It'll take a minute. Always takes a minute. Wolf is an alpha. Like, if we're getting into all that terminology and stuff, I'd say Wolf is an alpha and Fox is a beta who eventually becomes a sigma, I guess. When he gets older, he kind of disconnects from the whole thing. Because remember, this is when Fox is like young and naive and nerdy and whatnot. But anyway, so this is the rendered frame. And this is the compositor I use. This is where I can set the bloom that shows up on it. Brightness, contrast, color correction, all this stuff. So I can just put this in here and You want to change the contrast. Of course, it'll take a second to update, but yeah, you can do all of that stuff in here, and it'll automatically do it to every frame that's rendered out. Once you learn how to do it, it's very easy. I still use a video editor. I use DaVinci Resolve now because Sony Vegas just, I don't know. I love Sony Vegas. It's great. I think I will always have the program, but I'm trying to learn something that is also on Linux so I can, you know, eventually get out of the Windows. But anyway, this is the raw picture. This is the raw picture here that gets sent to this node, which adds the glare. And then this is just to guarantee that if there's any see-through spots, they get turned to black. So this is just an alpha over this is a black rectangle that this image is being put on top of, and then it'll go through, you know, whatever this is gonna be, which is all fucked up now. But it's just, you know, it's a color corrector node. And if I want to get rid of this color corrector node, and I don't want to use it anymore, you can hit M to mute it, where you just see the line just goes through and it's like it's not being used. Or you can hit Control Delete and delete it with it still connected. And then it goes to this. This is the node, this is the end node. This is the final output that becomes the PNG that you render. This is the composite node. So you start with your render layer. This is the scene up here that's rendered, that becomes this image, and the image out goes through the glare node. This is just bloom, is all this is. It's bloom. Here, let me render it at a smaller size. Because right now I'm working with a 4K image. It takes forever. There. So now we have this picture that we can kind of fuck around with. See? And if you want, you can add color balance. Figure out which colors you want to show through, and it's just exactly like some of the plugins in Vegas or whatever. Like I said, I'm just using a smaller picture because it'll run faster. Otherwise, I'd be here all day. Instead of deleting your Twitter and going to Threads, you should just delete your Twitter and just delete your Twitter.
Well, soon it's going to be you're deleting your X account, because I think they're rebranding Twitter into X.
Oh, it's not going to be called Twitter anymore?
From what I've seen, no, but
nice
I
tactic.
could be wrong. Yeah.
X, like just the letter X?
From what I've
or
seen.
Or EX?
Just the letter X.
Wow. Yeah, I don't use Instagram, I don't use Reddit, I don't use Twitter, I don't use Tumblr, I don't use Facebook. I don't know. I keep my eyes on my own work, and I don't get on those sites and post about political stuff. I've got something to say to all you people on this side of the issue. If you don't like it, get off my unfriend and blah, blah. I was like, all right, you're... You're a yoga wine mom. Stop. Post some cool yoga pictures. I don't want want to hear what you have to say about the immigration situation. Like you go in there and they're all like, live, laugh, love. Look at my yoga poses. And then they're all like, I've got something to say about all these illegals coming over to blah, blah. It's just like, woo! Where did the yoga go?
It's like every day is Thanksgiving for them. It's like they're always at the table talking worst.
This has got to be
opinions.
the best. Yeah. I've never really like wildly fucked around with the color correction on this. I'm always working with like the 4K images. But anyway, yeah, you can add these. You can add film grain. Fuck, let's put a texture in here. Okay, I've got this film grain texture, which is just this. I can add, oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's see, what can I add here? What would that be, an alpha over or a mix? Yeah, that'd be a mix. So we're gonna take that image that we've got and put this image on top of it. Let's see. Now you've got your film grain. So instead of mix, we'll put this to overlay. Find which one you like the best. Multiply. Add. Overlay. Yeah, and now let's bring our render up to a regular size. That's a cool thing. You go to a value and you want to double it, whatever it is. All you do is you put your cursor here and put ×2 and hit enter. And it doubles it. And let's say you like that film grain, but you want the film grain texture to be a little blurred before it gets added to the mix thing where it mixes your original image and this one using overlay. Let's say you wanted this blurred, you'd add, I'm hitting Shift A to bring that up, and just search and type in blur and click it on there. And now that film grain is gonna be blurred and softened. Here, let's bring it back up where you can see it. See, and then you could blur your film grain. And then every frame that you go through, the film grain is going to randomize. So now that you see what it looks like, now you can bring it down to where it's super subtle. You can kind of see it whenever I move that around. It has to re-render, but you can kind of see the film grain jittering around a little bit. Yeah, see, so you got your image and you add your glare to it. See, that's with the glare added. And then, like I said, this is just to put, because sometimes there's glitches where it's really dark, it makes it see-through. and I don't. It's an EV depth of field bug, and this is my little workaround thing for it. So this just puts this image on top of a black rectangle. This one is the bottom one, and this one is the one that's like just laid on top. Alpha over is like sticking two PNGs on top of each other. No special effects, no multiply, add, screen, overlay, color dodge, burn, none of those draw mode effects. Just alpha, just laying one see-through PNG on top of another. And if you don't have one going into this node, it just remains a rectangle of whatever color you put here. So that's all it is. The image going to the glare, being put on top of a black rectangle, and then added with this is a mixed node. And it puts this one, the first one is the bottom one, and then the second one goes on top, which is this film grain texture right here that I've made. And it's being blurred. See if I don't blur it. See how you can see the fine details of the grain now, but if I blur it, turn the blur node on, it smooths it out, makes it much more subtle. And then after these two are finally added together as one image, then that final image comes out of this pipeline and into the color balance node, where if you see if I turn it off, it doesn't work. It just doesn't do anything. This is the color balance to change the look of it, which I kind of like that. I'll mess around with it a little more, but kind of like some of the colors being subtle. And then you can add as many nodes as you need. It's going to take longer for them to come through. This is just the preview node. If I didn't have this on, you wouldn't it wouldn't update the picture in the background. See, that's just this node is just the viewer in the background. That's all that is. But it goes to both of these. It goes to the viewer as well as to this composite node. This is the output. This is what renders to the final picture that you're trying to render. But anyway, yeah, that's to answer your question about the video editing. I do most of the color output and changes and blur and film grain, all that directly inside here. I don't do the film grain though. I'm just showing you that you can, because if you save film grain, back to where we were. If you save film grain in your PNG, it'll make it 10 times bigger in size, because it's adding, I don't know what the word is for it. It adds uniqueness to the file. See, because over here, this part, there's a lot of similar color here. It can find blocks of the exact same color in big squares. Once you add that film grain to it, every single pixel is made that much more different than the others. PNGs rely on redundancy. Like here you could say oh, well, there's just a giant square of one color right here, and and the PNG will be oh, well, just put a giant square there and we don't have to worry about adding colors. But once you start making each pixel like this, slightly darker and slightly brighter than every other pixel, it doesn't have a good algorithm or whatever to go by, and it ends up being as big as a BMP. PNGs are the FLAC of sound files. JPEGs are the MP3s of sound files. The other way around. MP3s are the JPEGs of sound files. FLAC is kind of like PNG. You have perfect quality, and it relies on redundant areas. Like if there's a part of the song where it's completely silent, both FLAC and MP3, depending on the settings for the MP3, can drop the bit rate down there to where you don't really have to save. Like if there's 10 seconds of silence in the middle of a song, a WAV file will save all of that. It will be just as much file space taken up as if there was music going on there, which is the same way that a bitmap works. If you have a giant rectangle that's just white and you save it as a bitmap, it's going to be huge. If you have a giant rectangle that's solid white and you save it as a PNG, it'll be like 100 kilobytes. But you won't lose any quality, but the PNG saves it with, it's like a zip file. It looks for redundancies and like just puts a little shortcut there so it doesn't literally have to save every single pixel. I don't know, it's hard to explain. Most people have never saved a bitmap before. I sure as fuck don't. There's no need to. If you got PNGs, like I can't remember the last time. No, when I was working on Drug War, my old cartoon, I saved all of my frames out as BMPs with a blue background because I had no idea that you could save a PNG with an alpha channel. When I found that out, like it changed my life. But anyhow. It's edutainment. I'm totally gonna animate Piotr moving around a little bit or looking, and it actually, I'm gonna have another grease pencil object up there in the mirror doing the same stuff. That'll be fun. What are y'all working on right now?
Well, I finished modeling all the food that I want to throw at Dynamite. But
Have you tested a throw thing yet?
I literally just put it into tits right now. One of them anyway. But obviously, of course, it doesn't save shader information, so I think I'm actually gonna have to put textures on it, which I think I know how to do. That's what I'm doing, getting all that figured out.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna try testing throwing a gray, ghostly piece of cake at him and see if that works.
Morty, it's super easy. I have a crash course video that'll get you started on it. It's only like 30 or 40 minutes long, and it goes over all the basics. It's meant for a layman, someone who's never used the program before. If you're interested.
All right, good night, guys.
Oh, you going to bed?
Have you been asking me? Yes, it's 5:20 a.m. and my friend is on a bus coming to Batumi, so we're gonna have a time
Cool,
together.
cool. We'll get some sleep.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good night, dude.
Good night, guys.
Damn, it's got 37,000 views on it. I don't know, I just kind of made that and forgot about it. I need to install PureRef real quick. Give me a second. I don't have it anymore. Perfect. All right, I'll be right back. No, I didn't do a Barbieheimer or whatever. Let's spread this trend to get people to watch our movies. I might see Oppenheimer. Probably not going to see Barbie.
Red, check it out.
I mean, get you popped up here.
Oh, don't do that. Don't put me up.
No, I
Okay, okay,
you're on a monitor that's like really far away.
okay.
I saw something fly. a bear and a bicycle? Where did those
These are
come
the-
from?
These come with it. I haven't
Okay.
put my own. Well, I put there's a gray cake.
Jesus
there's like a
Christ.
gray slice of cake. I know. But it works. I just have to
It sure does.
fuck with it. I'll definitely have it working tomorrow. Yeah, anyway.
What is it? I don't know. What was the last movie you saw, Rex?
In the theater? It was probably the Spider-Man movie with you and Greg and everyone. We were gonna see Asteroid City, but there was a shooting in Portland, so we stayed in.
Yeah. Yeah, I think those are the last ones I saw. I didn't see them in theaters, but I saw Spider-Verse in theaters, and I saw Super Mario Brothers on stream thing. Yeah, we've got a drive-in theater here. I just haven't been to. There's been plenty of drive-in theaters I've seen. They're still around. I don't know. I don't really go out to movies anymore. There haven't been really any. I don't know. There's not been as many good movies to go see as there used to be. Thanks for the resub, Dark. Appreciate it. I'll be canceling the subscription going to Patreon for you as a bear. I can't object to that. 100% understood and copacetic. Yeah. Appreciate it. I tell everybody, like, if you don't have the commitment for Patreon, Twitch is fine. And if you want to do Patreon, but you don't want to do Twitch, that's fine too. I get more money that way. Patreon takes 5%. Twitch takes 50%. If you give me $5 on Patreon, they take like a quarter, like 25 cents or I don't know what the thing is. But if you give me $5 on Twitch, I get $2.49 of it. They literally take half of it if you subscribe. If you give me bits, I get all of the bits. If you give me $1 of bits, I get the bits. You're the one paying $1.20 for $1 worth of bits. So that fee comes out on your side. And YouTube, when you send someone $100, they take a third of that, or 30%. So if you send a donation, a super chat on YouTube for $100, YouTube takes $30 out of that. It's absolutely ridiculous. Streamlabs, if you donate through Streamlabs to me, I don't think they take anything. I think I get 100% of that. But subs, yeah. Coffee has a sender fee, which isn't that big, but the money you send gets 100 on there, like 100%. It's just a matter of like how long will these good-hearted companies last until they're like, okay, guys, sorry, but we are gonna have to. Yeah, Twitch taking 50 is ridiculous. If I had a big enough following to move over to Kick and they only took 5% like Patreon does, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But I don't think it's a big enough thing to warrant switching platforms. I'm fine with Twitch. Hello, Ray and friends. Yeah, I don't know anything like it. It was started by a casino or something. It's like everyone bitching about like, oh, you use Twitter, but it's used by Elon Musk. I'm using Threads because it's made by a much better guy, Mark Zuckerberg. You know, it's like the people who run Twitch are probably rich assholes. The people who run Kick are probably rich assholes. They want your money, and if one rich asshole can demonopolize Twitch by opening up their own rich asshole streaming platform, I think that's fair. Because, you know, Like if the shitty king is taking half of everyone's money in taxes, and another equally shitty king comes along, and they're like, well, if you come to my kingdom, yeah, I'm just as much of a shitty king as this guy, but I'm taking 5% of your money instead of 50%. You know. Yeah, that's how I feel about Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. Where everyone's like, "Oh, if you want to be morally correct, you must use this place." It's like, you brain rot. Get out of here with that shit. You really like moralizing Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg as to which one cares about the normal person more. Yeah, I've seen people yelling about that stuff. It's just like, nah. I don't know. I was rooting for Elon when the Dogecoin thing happened. 'Cause that was like my one little, you know what? I'll follow the fad. I'll put some money. I'll put like a couple $100 in Dogecoin. This one time, my old buddy Sam sent out a message saying, everybody get Ethereum. It's about to pop off. And I dismissed it. If I had listened to him and put $1,000 in Ethereum, I'd literally be a millionaire. It would have exploded to $1 million. I would have cashed it out, and I'd have $1 million right now. I had the chance if I had listened to him. So like when the Dogecoin thing, I was like, all right, let's do it. I'll do it, and I did. And it wasn't worth it. I lost, several $100s on it. Well, I haven't lost anything because I haven't pulled the money out. But like I said, it was a disposable amount of money that I had, and I put it in. I tried, because usually, like, every time I wave that stuff off, I'm just like, no, I'm not a dumbass.
Sorry, dude, I'm gonna hit the hay.
All right, Greg. I'll see you in the morning.
Good night, buddy.
Tuck the baby in.
He's still tucked in. He's sound asleep.
Good. Do I make more now than I did doing pest control? Absolutely. When I was doing pest control, I wasn't getting paid for like a month at a time. Like about a month or two before I was laid off, because business was so bad, I actually had to call my boss and put him on the phone with my landlord to embarrass him into giving me my paycheck. I'd be like, hey, so my landlord is here and I'm explaining to him why I don't have rent. And he was like, all right, just come down here. I'll give you your check. Like it took me like, it was my birthday month too. It was September. I hadn't been paid in a month and a half. So yeah, when I did my taxes after I got laid off, I found, like, counting my drive that I should have been paid for and everything, I was making like $3 an hour. And that's assuming that I got paid. Yeah, it sucked. I worked so hard and I got paid so little. I barely got by, but I did. No, he eventually paid me all of the checks I was owed, but like, it was like, when I finally did all the math and everything, yeah, I was making like between $3 and $4 an hour, working like 13 hours a day, 6 days a week. I would just come home and Was I selling or installing? Like, no, I was just driving, doing a route, spraying for bugs. I mean, I made a couple sales on like roof jobs and stuff like that, but no. Going on someone's word that they're paying you right, because like the hours and things weren't logged. Like I said, that was fucking almost 11 years ago. I'm good on all that. I ain't worried about it. I don't hold any ill will toward anyone. But that was shitty. Like, I did not deserve to starve and have to eat garbage and shit. Not like literal garbage, but just, you know, pantry food and SpaghettiOs and ramen noodles because I couldn't afford anything, and I wouldn't just eat McDonald's every day. Yeah, if you go to work for one of your friends' parents, like, oh, my dad can give you a job, don't fucking do it. Don't fucking do it. Oh, dude, my like, you're my best friend. I can get you a job like where I work and blah blah blah. If you know anyone else that needs a job, like let me know. And yeah, watch out for that shit. You'll work at a gas station that's owned by a family, and like all their cousins and shit work there. They will come in late on you every day. Every time I ever worked at a gas station where it was like family run, one of my friends got me a job there or something. Like the divorced ex-stepdad would come in like 9 hours late. I'm like, I've been here 17 hours, dude. What the hell? I mean, I didn't complain too much because it was like sick overtime. Once they started paying me that overtime for all that, I guess they finally got onto him about it. But watch out for that shit. Because with that pest control job, I got to the point where he said, you know, if you quit, you're going to get this money even later because I'm only able to afford to keep giving you any money at all if you're out there doing more work. So it was. I felt like I was like trapped in a pyramid scheme. But there were things that, you know, he did do little things for me that took the edge off. I mean, he knew what he was doing. Like when one of the trucks broke down, I volunteered to use my truck. And like when it needed a clutch and about $1,200 worth of repairs, he got that done for free. And he's like, nope, it's all for free. I took care of it because you're using your truck for work. And that took a little bit of edge off because it needed about $1,000 of repairs anyway. And he's like, well, if you're using your truck, just take it over there and you don't have to pay anything. So it was enough to keep me there a little bit longer. But then when it got to the point where I couldn't pay my rent, there's nothing more embarrassing than not being able to pay your rent. Especially when you've been working your ass off. Yeah, don't work for someone's dad. If it's a friend of yours, oh my God. I mean, like, if you think they're trustworthy or whatever, sure, but the second that you start feeling like you're being taken advantage of, get the fuck out. It's not worth it. I stayed there for like almost a fucking year, like being 2 months behind and being paid. We would get our paycheck and he's like, well, you can try to go to this place. There are places where the checks were denied there so many times that they would see us coming in our uniform for the place and they'd be like, we can't cash you guys the checks anymore. They keep bouncing. Before I even get up to the counters. And it makes me look bad. Sorry, I don't mean to go on a rant about this. This is just like to save you guys from shit like that. I mean, I don't know. I should have taken my losses and left, but by the time the shit started happening, I was so behind on being paid all that, like, oh, well, if you leave now, I won't be able to pay you these for like a year, blah, blah, blah. And like, yeah. It was rough. It was so rough. And I was paying one of the people living with me could not cover the same amount that I did, so I paid extra on their rent so they could get the things that they needed. Yeah, the second that I got out of that shit, and the second I got my Patreon and realized that, hey, what's this weird tingly feeling that makes me feel like I can go out and do anything because I know my self-worth? It was confidence. I'd never had it before in my entire life. And yeah, Patreon pretty much saved my ass in that regard. And I'm grandfathered in at a lower rate than anyone else can get on Patreon. Yeah, man, like once I realized, I was like, I can quit this gas station job. It was nice. The animation work ever rough on my hands or my neck? Well, I have. What's up? What you peeping? Banana for scale. Is this stream safe?
You know, that's up to you.
I just saw the word banana for scale pop up on the screen. Well, that's cool that they show you the other stuff. Oh, that's neat. So you've got a cake so far.
Yeah, I finally got.
Did you model that?
I did. I modeled this. I'm
Nice.
keeping them all pretty low poly because I don't know how taxing it'll be if everyone's throwing tons of shit at me. I mean, I can limit the number of them, the weight, so like how impacted Dynamite is when he gets hit. I could even change the sound effects.
Yeah, because he looked like he
every
was getting
individual item.
fucking rocked when you threw like a goldfish at him.
That was the default test. So when I hit F9, that's just what he looks like getting hit by anything.
You're roundhoused.
Yeah, I start getting black eyes. Like I'd even model them in there. He just gets fucking beat up.
No, that's pretty great.
Yeah, there's like trigger managers. Fucking like.
You've really
cool down
got this
for
shit
things.
figured out, haven't you?
Almost. I
I
haven't
can't
done
get
any of
over this.
yet. I've done a lot in the last almost 2 weeks. Got Dynamite all done. Figured out Unity. I'm not a Unity pro, but I'm a Unity champ at this point. I think I got a pretty good familiarity with Unity. But now I'm just recoloring all my food. Made a whole bunch. Got a little cartoon ham. Tits was only $15. I do not mind paying.
Oh, it costs money?
It does, but it's a one-time.
It's a one-time?
$15. Yeah, and it's badass. I like it.
Yeah, I adamantly refuse any subscription-based thing that's something I'm just going to tinker with.
Mm-hmm.
If it's
Yeah, this is
something big that I'm going to use for my
Yes.
stream, I'm fine with paying a whole bunch in a lump sum to whoever created the thing I'm using, but I don't do the subscription thing. I'm so tired of subscribing to shit.
Yeah, and if the license to like own it for a one-time payment thing. If it's like a reasonable price, then hell yeah, I don't mind. Especially if I'm using it to make money too. Like I put that into the equation.
Yes, Adobe requires a subscription. Thankfully, I don't use them anymore. God, I'm so glad of that. I will always love Vegas. Vegas is great. It's a beautiful, wonderful program that I've used for over 20 years now. But some of the stuff I use it for, it crashes so bad. I don't know. It's not as bad as I make it out to be, but it's another one of those programs that some other company took over, and some of the bugs that have been in it since like the late 90s, 2000s are still in there, and they've been reported, and people are just, oh, that is very interesting. We will look at this later. You know, no. That one bug I reported that took them like a year and a half. Then I got a reply about it, and I forget what happened. They forwarded it to someone, and then they're like, well, this is no longer considered a big thing, so we are closing this, and I just didn't even reply. I forget what it was. They fucking closed it for whatever. Like, you know, you haven't brought this up in a while, so we're closing it. I'd never do that on the Blender forums. I can easily say that out of like 30-something bugs that I've reported, 20-something of them have been fixed, and most of those were fixed in 24 hours. You've had a couple fixed, haven't you, Rex?
I think only just one, and
I thought you did like two of them.
Yeah, there may have been two. I can only just recall one, but.
Or no, that's right, because we made out like a big to-do about it. Mm-hmm. Like when you got it fixed. I was like, oh my God, you had your first fixed bug.
Yeah.
That was great.
Like I got to put my name in the credits of Blender.
Hey, they're all in the shots. Yeah, what's that one song? Opium для никого. Opium for no one. Yeah, this one. Лис в лесу. It's a fox in the forest. I do not know about Dig Squad, though. Dog Squad or Dig Squad? Yeah, Dig Squad. No, what? This looks cool. Comanda Dig. Hey, Rex.
Mm-hmm.
Ёжик в тумане. It's pre-Road Rovers cute. Ukrainian cartoon.
Oh, I like like it. Big squad. Aw.
Let me type it in. Commander Dick. No, I love old cartoons that I haven't seen before. Yeah, I'll definitely have to grab some of these. This looks pretty funny.
Did you click around at that German movie that I sent you with the cats? If you've heard of it before.
Wait, Feliday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you we needed to watch that like a year ago.
Oh.
Have you seen it?
No.
Oh, dude, yeah. Like I thought you'd just seen it or something. Yeah.
No.
Feliday's great. It's weird. It's very weird, but it's very worth seeing for sure. It has some really adult stuff in it. There's a sex scene. There's cats getting their guts ripped out. It's about on par with the violence in Watership Down. The dream sequences and stuff. Like, holy hell. It's wild. All right, let's take a look. But anyway. Let's check out this. I'm going to grab a couple of these episodes of Commander Dig off of YouTube. I guess they're on here. Kind of reminds me of the Macaroni Madness style,
Yeah.
but a little different.
I got a ham.
Ah, holy shit. You know them too. I don't want to get tagged too bad.
But I'm gonna figure out what triggers I want for people to throw the food, because I definitely want it to be channel points, I think, for the most part. But I think when it comes to bits, when people throw the food, I'm gonna have you can make the chances of them being different variations, and I want there to be like a chance of most of them being gold or something, depending on the amount.
Right.
So I'm gonna have like gold shapes of the same food.
Will there be a bowl of noodles?
I don't see why not. I'll have to make one, but I can do that in like 5 minutes.
I know there's something where you can throw a box over the person's head.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be great if it was like a big cereal box or something.
Box of crumb
Or right.
dumpsters.
I was like, you say crumb dumplings. My little crumb dumpling. A rice cooker or a crock pot or something. I don't know. That would hurt.
Mm-hmm.
It's a crock pot, an Instapot. An empty bucket of instant noodles, like the red one with the little angry chicken on it that's on fire or whatever.
Oh, those, yeah.
Like a KFC chicken bucket thing, but the giant noodle ones. Or yeah, someone can pay a lot of points to like completely just bonk you with the full-sized crumb dumpster. It's just upside down, just goes clong.
Yeah.
Chat's got some good ideas.
I'm gonna run it by them on my stream tomorrow to get some input of what they'd
Yeah.
like to see. I even got sprinkles, like a bunch of different colored sprinkles.
What is this? Hanna-Barbera pack. Was that the...
My man. My man.
what are you talking about?
This isn't a playlist, this is just my FL Studio. I have a little thing that has a bunch of loops on it. This is just the character creation music from Demon Souls. See, I just have a bunch of loops that I've made over the past 2 years. It just fades between them. I think I'm like 200 something now. Where are we at? 218. And it's just, you know, like you'll pull up a YouTube video that plays one song for 10 hours or something like that. That's the thing though, I don't do song requests. The music is here because I want to listen to it while I work. If it was something else a little looser oriented or something, sure, but like, I don't know, if I'm in the mood for drawing something scary and someone's like, oh, I want to listen to this goofy song on your list, like it puts me out of it. They're all like named and everything. There's just about anything I could ever want to listen to on here, and no vocals. If there's any songs on here that had vocals in them, I have them removed for the most part. This is my favorite toy. Boom, 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 boom. But anyway. That looks better. I think these need to be down a little bit more. Yeah, bud, have a good night. Well, not counting the mouth movements and stuff, that's right at 29 more seconds of animation. Just from this shot here, or these 3 shots. So we're almost at 4 minutes now. I know I still have to animate them looking around and stuff, but... I change the f-stop. Why is that happening? So I never trust this stuff. Question is, how does it look when it renders? So it's that little part in there that I'm worried about. Okay, see there, it looks fine.
Fred, check it out.
What am I? Hold on. I can't find you. There we okay. I see a shake, soda, cake,
It's a
ham,
pesby.
a pesby.
Mm-hmm. That's it. That's all I wanted to show you. made a pesby can.
I just think this is where the problem comes in. Ow. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's too bad there. But... Sorry, I've been bad.
Oh man.
Hmm.
I could even make models of food and not tell anyone, and anyone can guess what they are by typing in an action, like a secret menu item.
Yeah, popular foods that they wouldn't expect,
Mm-hmm.
like Spam. But
Yeah.
it'll be Sam spelled P-S-A-M or something like that. Squam.
No one will ever get that, but
Well, no, if you put in throw spam. No, I meant the logo on the food itself, like you did with the Pespi.
yeah. Oh,
Like
yeah,
it would
yeah.
be like Squam or Pissam or
Oh
something.
yeah, yeah.
But the command would be throw
Yeah.
spam.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm onto you now.
And Coke, it would just be cock flavored soda. Well, they have cock flavored soup. You saw that.
Where did I see that?
Wait, maybe it was Greg because we were at the grocery store. No, it's chicken, but it has a picture of a rooster on it and it says cock.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
Oh, I should have done a little Debbie snack cake of some kind. Well, I'll call it like Little Dubber or something.
Twinkies. You gotta do Twinkies.
Little Dubby.
You just
Yeah.
No, this is what I was talking about. On street. A Caribbean
It looks good.
favorite.
Ooh, it's Jamaican? Hey, what are you doing? I'm Jamaican soup.
Look at that rooster with his clip art ass face, head ass looking head. Man, he look like Print Shop Deluxe. From Bruderbund. Yeah, clip art chicken. Alright, I guess we just gotta start animating these boys. These are my boys, and they are always with me. With me, always, yes. I'm really happy with how this turned out. I just hope that the
Yeah.
final frame rate doesn't look weird.
You did it real quick.
Well, the car is going on that line. Like, I gave it a path. They ran out of bugs.
We'll fade them all because they're so good.
Well, that car scene in episode 2 took like, God, probably like 2 months. It was like 2.5 minutes long, I think. It was really long. And I had never done anything like that before. This shit, as long as Slava has the car made, I'm ready. You know, like I went and like I rotated this mirror just slightly. The rear view mirror is bent slightly to face toward him. Everything was perfectly horizontal and perfect. Well, this file, putting them in the car, when I started, like day before yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
something like that.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind this world that they're moving around in and the ship in the background, that stuff was already made. This picnic background and everything, All of this stuff was already made. But the car, Slava gave me the car. I put the models of the characters inside of it. And added these frames of them. And yesterday, I did all of the car animation on this yesterday, like with his arm turning and like their little, you know, like slightly swaying back and forth with the car. All of that was yesterday. That's why I didn't stream. I was just in here setting everything up. And now that everything's set up, yeah, the last thing I did is the little flag. I like that. It's cool. You can kind of guess, like, oh, that's probably where the lizard people are from. And then I don't know where it's going to cut from here. Yeah, like once I get over to the violence, a lot of the violence, my show, the violence is going to take place in the same areas. Like the cubicle office place where James works with the other people. And like the more scenes that are in the same spot, the quicker they'll get done. That's a nice burger.
Thanks.
The question is there a limit to how many you can make?
I'm sure there are, but I've seen people use way more than I'm planning on doing. And that's the thing, like, they don't all have to be used. Like, I can pick certain ones for certain actions, and I think kind of the sky's
Would
the
you
limit.
like to throw a Gudetama egg platter, my lord?
You know I'm gonna have to make one now.
Sushi is one. I'm gonna write some down. But I was saying, like, if you can have 100, you should make 100. If they're that easy to put in, you put in like 3 already, right?
I'm working on my 5th.
What's a meme food? Throw scene. So this is tits. Okay. Tits throw item limit. Let's see, you can set a thing to throw 10 of an item as well, not just the single item.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Tits throw item limit, and the first thing that comes up, people ask, can I throw my bra? Oh, show my bra on Twitch. I thought it was... Just in case you're wondering, Twitch integrated throwing system. You know the streams you've been on where you can like throw a cupcake at somebody or whatever. When we're saying tits, it's an unfortunate acronym. I'm just trying to think of plain food items that like just. You've got ham already.
Mm-hmm. I'll go through the ones that I've made. I got a burger, I got a piece of cake, a ham, a mint, a soda. I have blue, gold, orange, purple, red, white, and yellow sprinkles. I have a bonbon. And I thought about doing like a box of fries. Oh, everyone loves chicken nuggets, or nuggies as people call them. I could make the 4 shapes of a nugget.
And remember, you can have the same item thrown with different commands. Like you could have nuggies,
Yeah.
nuggets, chicken nuggies, like all of them just point to the same model.
Mm-hmm. I'm writing down all the secret ones that I don't want to say out loud for people to try
I'm
and guess.
typing them as well. And if you want help making simple models of these, like if all I gotta do is send you a blend file, hell yeah.
And I'm kind of going for the low poly.
Yeah, of course.
Aesthetic
Because
for
they're gonna be
these.
little on screen anyway.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be flying so fast, no one's gonna be like, where are the sesame seeds?
Yeah. That's a good one, Roscoe. And that's another thing too, is I can make some of them extremely rare drops. So I can put a very small percentage on when certain ones show up.
Here, I'm gonna... I can
And they
get
don't
it
have to be 3D objects too. They can even be PNGs or even GIFs, I think. So
I sent you a list of some
let me see.
things you may want to consider. I mean, like I said, you don't have to do all of it,
Oh,
like,
cool.
just, I'm trying to think of just, like, popular food items that people would type.
These
I'll
are
up-
all great.
I'll update it as I go.
Uh-huh. It's like the same wonder from Drawn to Life on the Nintendo DS a long time ago, where you would just write out a word and the game would spawn that item, and you would try and think of the most like esoteric weird things, and I
I'm
don't
thinking
know,
of
I'd say maybe
Scribblenauts.
70% of the time. Yes, Scribblenauts did that.
It did something
think
else
it
where
was
you, like, you
Scribblenauts.
draw a spaceship to escape in or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be
I
right
want
back.
people to do that with this. Yeah.
Do you care if I just, like, keep editing that and adding more to it as I think?
Sure, yeah.
Like I said, I just want to name them out. I know some of them you won't bother with, but if, you know, Fazool, you gotta have one. One that throws it and plays that sound. Shut up and eat your fucking Fazool. Just like throws a bowl of pasta fagioli at you. I'd allow it. You could use that as a... No, that should be one on mine when we
was
get
gonna say,
mine made. Y'all, when he gets all this done, I'm gonna get him to show me how to do it so I can have y'all will, I promise this, if Rex can help me out, I will have one. I'll have a different character that I voice, like Falco, Fox, Wolf, or whatever, and they'll have their own set of stuff. Maybe so where it's like, can I see your legs? And it just makes Fox's pants come down, and he's got like a different pair of boxer briefs on. Would I get in trouble for that? Is that too cheeky?
No. There are streamers that have like dental floss for bras that are streaming on here.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you'd have anything to worry about.
But yeah, like playing as Falco, we could actually have another model come up in the scene, like have Falco's dad actually come up, like pop up behind him, and be like yelling at him, "Shut up and hit your fucking pistol!" Like as I'm sitting here playing as Falco, like, "Hey everybody!" It's like everyone just makes his dad pop up over and over again, yelling that at him. I swear to God, if we can do it, I want to do it.
It'd be so easy, dude.
I know that you guys would like it. Why does everybody keep throwing soup at me?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I think I might pass on that one, card holder. No offense.
I don't think you're even allowed to show your feet on Twitch.
Nope, no feet, no nipples.
Mm-hmm. What if it's for? Never mind. I don't want to open up that can of worms.
Hey everybody, I'm showing you how to nair your feet this time. Ooh, look at my feet.
That's not where you were going with it?
Purposes. Yeah, it was.
And you're watching Disney Plus. And I'm not. I need to grab that. I'm going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to go ahead and do this right now before I forget.
What are you doing?
I'm going to make a sound clip of that Metamorphosis Fox song and put it on my soundboard. I don't have any buttons on here that I haven't used.
Hey, Hollywood, fuck you, baguette looking croissant motherfucker.
That one's taken. I might switch that out. No, it's going to go on the new one. I got to use the new one too.
You're gay.
Without further interruption, let's celebrate and suck some dick.
Daddy, chill.
I would never suck a guy's dick. But if I did, it'd be one of the best sucks he's ever had.
All right, let me find the song. $99 million views on this one song. Jesus.
Wow. It's crazy there's even songs that have 1 billion views.
Yeah, what was the first one? Justin Bieber's Baby? Something like that. All right, where is this at? Yeah, that's it. Okay. All right, that should be enough. All right. Oh, I can make a whole bunch of them. Yes! Oh, let me do, if y'all don't mind, this is gonna be great. Wow, what's the other one? Oh, this is gonna be fun. Wish I could show you working on the hamburger.
You can. Dynamite's not in the shot. These aren't going to matter so much. I'm working on all the default ones.
Is it here? God, these are so loud.
Oh, shit.
All right. All right. Somebody's probably already made 100 versions of a fire beat with this. I'm just trying to make it fade out. Let me save that one again as what is it? I don't want title, I don't want contributing artist, and I don't want the track number in my file explorer, and it keeps resetting it every time I restart Windows. I just want name, size, and date modified. All right. And this will be Fonk too. I need to get 3 of them, and I can't remember what the other Fonk songs were. I've got. Let me turn the Galactic Railroad music off here. 1 second. Scoping. That's a good one. Where was the other? Was it Sahara? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. It was Sahara. Those 3 will be fine. All right, I'm so excited. I'll do these 3, and while that's downloading, my next button The next button, I'm so excited. Hang tight, this is going to be great. God damn it. Okay. I can hardly see that from here. I thought your site was supposed to get better at stuff that's far away when you get older.
I have no idea. I've always had impeccable sight. So I just can't relate, you know.
Okay. Soundboard, show children and set children. There we go. All right. All right. Okay, that works. Yeah. All right, now I gotta add the next one in. Duplicate zone. All right, this is good. Okay, now the next one. I've got to put the next one in. All right. Excuse me. This will be a two-parter. Yeah, okay. That'll be good. Murder in My Mind's the second track on my workout playlist. I'll be on cloud nine, murder in my mind. Or scoping. I got that gauge 38 and that 45 Glock. I'm in the bushes and I'm scoping with that red. Yeah. Hell yeah. Funk 3A. And then yeah, we're gonna have that be a separate key. All right. Yeah, this is gonna be great. All right. God, it's so easy to use this. Did you ever get this? Rex, did you ever get that plug-in?
Which plugin are you talking
The
about?
random FL Studio sound effect plugin?
No, not yet.
Oh, you need to, man.
I know. I've been too busy thinking about other things. But I will get it because I do need it for what I want to do with my board. I still have to set up Dynamite to have expressions on my soundboard.
I'm sorry. What key is this in? All of them were pushed over for some reason. All right, I think it's safe now. I have to turn it down a little bit, but
James, when I think of you, I think of all of your missed opportunities. I think of how much you're a shell of a man, a failure. I can only imagine what you think of me. I don't think of you at all.
dude, you know that would be funny. And just walks away down the hall adjusting his tie. Just ragdolled, destroyed Andros laying motionless on the ground. Just like bent over like a fucking pretzel tangled up. You know that would be fucking hilarious. What is it? It's like, hey, Fox, can I see your legs? I don't know. Can you? Dude, these would be some great YouTube shorts. I gotta put out like, I gotta make 5 of them first and then just put them out like, God damn it. Oh, I'm sorry, you made me choke on my spit. I just have this horrible defeated looking frozen image of Andros in the background with old filter on his face, like old zombie filter or whatever, like how they do when like a celebrity gets disgraced in a YouTube video. The thumbnail always has them looking like they're rotted. It's like, oh God. Like Kathleen Kennedy in every Star Wars video that gets released. Oh, Kathleen Kennedy's at it again. They've got her with like a big green face and a witch's nose with a mole on it or something. I assume that's what you're getting at, but oh my God. I gotta think of some more that would, oh man, let me save my soundboard before I forget.
A few years ago, women would have the flat butts. Not you. You've got a very nice one. Do me a favor. Could you take your gigantic perfect tits and leave? How are you at oral sex?
The Shane Gillis Trump button.
She looks like she should be in a sewer, bothering children.
I got head.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
All right, all right. That's better. Sorry, I've just been tweaking this trajectory for a minute. Now the hard part here is going to be to figure out how Piotr, his reflection, gets shown. Be very tricky.
Grease pencil mask, maybe?
Well, I'm going to put an actual grease pencil object,
Right.
like link it to the mirror. It doesn't have to be perfect, but the car does bob up and down with the noise modifier. You know that if you put one noise modifier on something with a seed of 0 and you put a noise modifier on something completely different, as long as its seed is 0, it will follow the exact same curve as the other one. It's like when you have two objects that you want to be affected in the exact same way by the same noise filter. And if you want one to be slightly delayed but the exact same curves, then you use the offset slider. That's what I did in here with like the car rotating to one side or like tilting to one side. I have the characters in the car doing the same thing, but delayed. Or like the car leans to the left a little and then they also start leaning like a little bit later. And it just looks so fluid. But yeah, I've got them drawn here, so let me figure out how I'm gonna do this. If I can pull this off, this will be super cool. Let me just go ahead and draw something there. That's what sucks. I have to draw it in rendered mode. Wait, I can just hide the world and it'll be... Yeah, that's better. How is this gonna look? I'll have to add an offset to it. Because it works where it is, sure, but I know where I'll mask the edges of it when I can. I just it's got to be on the same layer. Every layer but the mask. Never mind. This is gonna be great. I can't wait. I'm so hood. I can't help it. Exactly what I needed. So now let's see if I can add a point where I can add the noise to it and it'll be on the exact same thing. Now I have to have it on the exact same phase that this thing is on. 195.6. Five, and the scale is 5. Okay. But I'm wondering if this needs to be at the very, very beginning at frame 0. It's always so confusing. very subtle. But it fucking works.
Yeah. Nice, dude.
I know I gotta do the exact same thing to this guy, which is fine. I just put it in the exact same position as Piotr and add the same mask to it. He doesn't show up as much, though. Oh, it's just a shoulder. You can't just kind of lean him over here. It's me. No. Nah, it's fine. Doesn't have to be. I'm gonna save that while I can. I'm gonna go get another beverage. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. And don't y'all worry, when I send you the stuff for this scene, everything will be frozen. They won't be wobbling, because if I have the wobble and stuff turned on, that'll affect the grease pencil. I mean, the onion skins. I think during this scene, Nikolai, Stanislav, and Pyotr are going to be talking to each other. I didn't tell you how the scene where he meets Leon is going to go. I completely changed it.
Like recently you changed it?
Yeah, like 2 nights ago.
Oh shit.
I was
damn.
I was up slightly toasted, laughing my ass off. You know, instead of him just shyly getting up and reading this piece of paper, I don't remember if I wrote it down or not. Now this is just kind of, you know, Yanush brings up something about Wolf not covering his tracks and not thinking to, you know, not let people see him show up or something like that. Not going without being detected. Wolf argues against it through Nikolai, or through, I forgot. This isn't Nikolai. Nikolai's not going to be the translator. Yanush introduces his youngest son, Leon, explaining he is from a previous wife, extremely intelligent, and speaks 4 languages. And Leon begins to translate between them. All right. So yeah, Wolf goes in and sits down alone. And write this in before I forget it. And then, you know, he basically says in Polish, "You don't understand what I'm saying, do you?" You know. Oh, fucking insert. I wish I could untoggle that. What I'm saying, do you? Anyway, so yeah. He says that in Polish, and Wolf's like, I don't understand. And then Wolf says in like broken Polish, like, I don't understand, sorry. Then Yanush brings in his youngest son. And Leon begins to translate. And Leon translates, you know, "This is my youngest son, Leon. He is from a previous wife, or a previous wife, or a different wife." Or how would he be from a previous wife if he was the youngest son? Well, I mean, yeah, then they would all be from previous wives. From a different mother. Extremely intelligent, speaks 4 languages. It's like Leon introducing himself through the words of his father. And Yanush brings up something about Wolf not covering his tracks, not going without being detected. Wolf argues against it through, you know, saying like, "No, I took very, you know," and you know, something that Wolf forgot to do or didn't remove from the ship or something, and Wolf realized like, "Oh fuck," you know, and it was an honest mistake, and And something that basically means that Wolf is not gonna walk out of this place alive. I'll figure that out. Then Janusz in Polish, he's like, you honor your father, Wolf, but you know I cannot leave loose ends untied. And he says all of that in Polish. And Leon says, you honor your father, but... And he just doesn't even say the rest of it. Leon gets up from his chair. Janusz continues in Polish. So now my youngest son, Leon, will let your blood with a knife. Don't resist. It will hurt much less. And like Leon does not bother to translate. So it's just he's speaking it in Polish. He brandishes a sharp, shiny blade and gets up from his chair. Wolf stands up immediately, holding up his palms defensively. Leon continues to approach Wolf, grinning. Wolf, now wait, please, hold on a second, sir. And Leon, as he's slowly creeping toward Wolf with the knife, he translates for his father in Polish. No, wait, please wait a minute, sir. And Wolf's like, I have a. Leon comes up to Wolf and presses the point of the knife to Wolf's throat. Wolf fumbling with the paper. Paper that I would like to. Leon presses the knife harder. I would like to read to you, Mr. Kowalski, please. Leon pauses. He looks at his father. Deadpan in Polish. He says he wants to read you something on a piece of paper. And Wolf's face depicts absolute despair behind his huge grin. He breathes heavy. Janusz gestures that Wolf can speak his piece. And Wolf fumbles inside of his jacket pocket with the piece of paper. He pulls it out. At this point, Pyotr and Stanislav have their grip on Wolf's shoulders, so he's not going anywhere. And because when he gets up out of the chair, that's when they grab him by the shoulders. And Wolf pulls out the piece of paper and says to her, a grinning, amused Janusz, in not so great but still understandable Polish. And he basically says the gist of it. And he's saying like, chase janky, like in a horrible accent, but they can still kind of understand him. And he basically says something along the lines of, I came here today not so much to pay my father's debt, but more as for a job opportunity. I have no prospects on Corneria. My family is separated, and the kind of work you and your family do is the kind of work that I can help you with. Again, I have no prospects on Corneria, but I am willing to help your family in any way that I can, and I stay away from, and like in the middle of it, like the Stanislav and Pyotr are like holding his shoulder, like gripping him, like making sure he doesn't go anywhere, and they start snickering at his horrible pronunciation. And Leon still with the knife to Wolf's neck, tells them, hey, shut up. And they stifle their laughing, and he pokes Wolf in the neck with his knife, and he's like, keep doing. Wolf continues reading his paper for Janusz, trembling. And this is, Wolf saying in Polish, for example, I could teach Stanislav or Pyotr how to fly this ship I have brought you. I am an excellent pilot, even with one eye. And I can promise you that. And Leon's translating this, but like halfway through it, he stops translating, just listening to what Wolf's saying. And Leon leans in. He's like, you can teaching me. And Wolf's like, sure, I can teach all of you. I can teach everyone. No, only me. You can teaching? Absolutely. Positively 101%. And Leon looks at him like he didn't really get what that meant. And Wolf is like, yes, I can do it. And then Leon looks at his dad and says in Polish, Father, I want to fly. I would like this, but Oh, like these guys have got Wolf like ready to execute him here, and Wolf has just got this huge grin, just like holy fuck, oh god. But I think that this would. What do you think? Do you think that sounds all right?
Yeah.
Not too cheesy. I think it gives Leon a huh?
I can almost see it played out.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of back and forth with the Polish voice actors, but I think I can, you know, I'm going to do all of the Polish myself as a placeholder. My friend Shiro is gonna do the translating and adapting and stuff. and I will say the words kind of in the way I want them to sound. But yeah, like that's all I have written so far. But then Yanush asks Wolf about his eye while he's standing there. Like Leon pulls the knife away and he says, you know, it's like fine. You made a big mistake because like, you know, he mentions that like one of his men like picked up him flying here, like so like he's gonna have to, you know, deal with him because, you know, it looks like Wolf is being tracked or fucked something up, and whether or not he's telling the truth, you don't know. Maybe he's just saying that because maybe he had absolutely no intention of killing Wolf and told his son, he's like, I want you to stick your knife up to his neck and make it look like you're going to kill him. Like we don't know that. You have no idea. Maybe later we find out. It's like, of course I'm not going to kill that kid. Killing someone at the same age as my youngest son who just ruined his life to pay off his father's debt. You know, that's someone who respects family but we're gonna poke him in the neck with a knife and make him think he's gonna get killed and hear what he has to say and offer to me. I think that would be a little more deep of a thing. You know, he has every intent and like every intention of taking advantage of Wolf and having him work for him. But just like with his sons, like if he proves to be trustworthy and a good guy, like then he works his way up. And Wolf does a wonderful job of teaching Leon how to fly this ship and possibly others. So like instantly, like Leon's like, well, he talks funny and acts weird, but I trust him. Like there'll have to be some point in their history where Wolf and Leon had some dangerous situation and Wolf saves his life selflessly. And then he goes back and tells his dad, like, this guy's good. Like, I don't like him, but I think he's a good guy. Or whatever. But, like obviously not all of this is going to make it in the episode, but I try to think of, like, where they would go and how they end up where they are when time fast forwards back to, you know, the end of episode 1. But I think that would be a more funny, a more good, like high activity scene than just him standing there and like the dad being like, well, you can, my men will drop you off and blah, blah, blah. I think it would be funny where, you know, he makes something up and says, but you didn't check, you know, your ship was scanned, you know, 5 minutes before it landed here. One of my scouts told me that they picked you up easily. Wolf's like, that's not possible. there's no way. Like, you know. And he's like, you realize what I have to do now, and blah, 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 you know, and all, and then that happens. So it's going to be something like that. I haven't written everything exactly what they're going to say, but I got that first draft down. Dude, I was laughing my ass off while I was writing this. I was like, I could just see it, and like Leon's not even like deadpan, like he's grinning, like he's in on it or whatever. He's like, shall we kill him, father? No, you don't have to do that. Like, I have a piece of paper, please. Father, he wants you to read something off of paper. And you know, Leon being the linguist that can speak 4 different languages instead of Nikolai or whatever. And you know, like listens to him, and he's reading, you know, Wolf like trembling. I'm just like, not that he's like terrified. Like he kind of worked this out that this might have been one of the end games. But it's just like pure adrenaline. He's just like, you know, like trying to focus. It's like this is a do or die situation for Wolf. It's like you practice this shit for a week, and you've got to say what's on your mind. And it's like he could easily say this stuff in English, but he thought that like writing it down would impress the guy in his own language, and just him, you know, pronouncing everything like not too great, to the point where Pyotr and Stanislav are like snickering while they're holding him there, and Leon looks at him like his older half brothers, and he's like, shut up, let him and he like pokes Wolf in the throat with a knife, and he says, keep doing. Because at this point in the cartoon, Leon speaks English, but it's not perfect. And since he's like, you know, it could be said that he speaks 4 languages, and Russian might have been his first language, that could let me get away with saying the lines to his father in Polish, but with a Russian accent. I'll have to... Because that's the thing, like, yeah, I'm doing everything in Polish as a placeholder, but the lines for Leon, I have to learn those perfectly in Polish. That's going to suck. But I think if I have, you know, enough practice that I can do it. You think I can do it? Oh, excuse me. You think I can do it? You think I could pull off like 6 or 7 sentences? I'm going to say Grzegorz Brzezinskiewicz in a Russian accent. Grzegorz Brzezinskiewicz. What? E? What? Timmy, thank you. Thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. Oh, did some Spanish people say that Gus and Hector's Spanish wasn't very convincing? Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you're watching it in Spanish, it's going to be redubbed anyway. That's what I want. I want to play. I would love to play a character that speaks Russian in a movie or something, and have Russian people say, you know, that Fred guy that did the voice of that character in Russian, his Russian was actually very good. Like, he sounded like he had been living there for 10 years. I'd love that. Yeah, if I was in a movie and had to say certain lines, I would, like in another language, I would want to get a coach and sit there and study for a really long time. Yeah. Was that one movie where Will Ferrell was in it and he spoke perfect Spanish through the whole movie because he knows Spanish really good? All right, I'm so glad I got this set up. That's so cool. You can see him in the rearview mirror, and it actually follows the physics. I really like that.
Yeah.
Casa de mi padre. That sounds right. I almost started learning Norwegian, but everybody told me, like, you know, everyone in Norway, like 90% of the people speak English perfectly. Like, oh, well. I wish I could take a like 6 months off to like hardcore study a language. Or just even 1 month to you know, to like seriously do it like 4 or 5 hours a day, every single day. And just sit with people, like just finish learning Russian. I think I know enough Russian and enough of the grammar to where if I buckled down for a solid month, like 4 or 5 hours a day, every day for a month, I'd come out of it just being able to talk to people and have like a really, really good fucking vocabulary. Mm-hmm. Wish I could find some cheat hack way to make like 3 months worth of progress on my cartoon where I wouldn't feel bad being like, I need to take a month off, everybody, instead of a vacation and just buckling down and going into Russian and finishing learning it. Okay, so I got this set up.
Начальник Камчатки.
Just have to figure out what they're gonna do. I've always wanted to learn another language, but scared about getting something wrong and upsetting someone. Number one rule that I have set for myself is if you are learning a language, you must befriend or have constant access to an acquaintance who speaks the language naturally. If you're going to learn Japanese, you need to make friends with someone who speaks perfect native Japanese. So if you slip up on something when you try to practice around them, and they'll be like, "Oh, you don't say that. Oh, that you think it means hamburger, but it means your mother's a slut," you know, or something like that. There's something with like school bus in one language, and if you say that in another language, it's talking about like a whore mother or something like that. I don't know. Because she is bus. Everyone rides. Get it? Ha. Like, I don't know. That would be my guess. But like in in one form of a language, the word for bus means or mother or something like that. Motherless bastards. All right. Christmas cake, Japanese term for a woman who's aged out of her prime, because like a Christmas cake, after the 25th or the 25th year, demand goes down. Holy shit. Is that a thing? You are Christmas cake. Why did you say that to me? We're Christmas cakes, Rex. Nobody wants us anymore.
I don't know. It's kind of nice not being in demand all the time.
I am, dude. Year 25 was one of the worst years of my life. I would not go back to 25 if I had $1 million. If I had $1 million when I was 25, I never would have been 26. I can tell you that much. Never would have made it. Holy hell, yeah, I'd never want to go back to that age. Everybody's like, oh, my 20s, yay. Like, yeah, have your fun. 20s is like the Chuck E. Cheese ball pit decade. Like, go do your fun and get wild. But like when you get in your 30s, you settle down, you calm down a little bit, and at least I did. And things have never been better. I've had a great time.
25 was when I sat down with my boss at my cozy office job and was like, hey, you know, I'm 25. I'm getting old. I need to... I can't believe I told him that, because 25, you're still a young goddamn bit. He was probably like, listen to this fucking kid. But I was like, I need to give art a chance. Like, I'm wanting to leave this job, and I want to draw. I want to know if I can make it. And he was totally cool with it. So 25, like, it was pretty okay, but it was like one of the most significant points in my life where like I quit my job and started doing what I'm doing now. It was rough too, like getting from there to here. And I don't know, it's still like constant progression. But 25 wasn't so rough. Every year before that though, good God. Everything was in flames, it felt like.
Yeah, my late 20s were not so great. 25 and 26, that was when I was into the bad stuff. Then 27, 28, 29, 30. That was like, okay, I'm out of trouble, but now I'm just working all day, every day, 14 hours a week, or 14 hours a day, 6 days a week. And, working though, working and paying for other people and working and supporting other people and myself. And then 31 came around and I got my Patreon, and that was it. Like, if I was not convinced by my friends in a wine-drunk Skype call to try Patreon, because I didn't have the confidence for it. I was like, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna get fucked and scam people, and my reputation will be ruined, and blah blah blah. And they're like, just do it. What's the worst that's gonna happen? You get taken down by Nintendo, and you made a couple months of money, and then you've got a fan base who might want you to do art for them or something. I was like, all right. And then and that was it. And that was like, I split my life into two halves, before Patreon and after Patreon. Like, seriously, Before it was just, well, just like my parents say, I'm never gonna get a job doing this stuff, so I need to learn a trade and work my way up into middle management or whatever. Like, that's just been me my whole life. And then finally, one day, my online buddies convinced me, like, dude, no, like, you're good at this, and people know you as Frederick Fox and blah, 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 and all that. I was like, all right. Fine. Like, cause that's actually how I was about it. I was like, all right, I'll try it. But you guys know, like, if this fucks up, you were the ones that told me to do this. Like, I was so paranoid about it. I was so scared because I was like, no one's gonna think that I can do this or get this done. And like the second day I had it up, or the third day, like within the first week, it was up to $1,000 a month. And fuck, then it got to the point where it was like, okay, this is almost as much as if I was working at this place for mostly full time. So I quit the gas station and moved in with Pete in Yon in Columbus, Ohio, and finished most of my cartoon there. Jesus Christ, what a time. Yeah, I'll drink to that. But yeah, then my mom got sick, and I moved back with my mom in early 2016, or late 2015, early 2016. That's when I got the camper. Like, on my mom's property, I had a camper out by the creek, and finished episode 1 in that camper and stayed there for the rest of a year until I met Greg. And then that's when I moved into the rented house down the street. Yeah, I didn't even live in a van down by a river. I lived in a camper by a creek. It's fresh water, though. You could totally drink that water and not get sick. Well, I do need to have him. Actually, the truly smart thing to do for this would just be have his shoulder as part of his thing over here. I won't even be able to see it anyway. Well, shit, that works. Can't really tell the color difference, but... Yeah, back in February, the train derailment. The toxic train thing that killed like 30,000 animals or something. Everyone's just like, eh. There's somebody that had a fox farm, and like most of their foxes got sick and fucked up and died from that. Never heard the update on that. It just kind of like faded. Oh, new news cycle. Who cares? Bubba run off to?
He's pulling a pretty rough shift. He took some expedited orders, so I think he's working on 2 hoods and some paws today. So he's crunching double.
I'll be back whenever I'm finished downstairs for a bit. Okay. Good, good. Get it. Make that money. Or is it somebody that absolutely needed it now?
I would assume so.
Well, charge more money. That's all I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
those
it's
do
like,
cost more.
yeah, yeah. Good, good. As I would say, you know, get that emergency fee. All right, I think I've got this scene done. I've got the reflection. Fortunately, in the second shot, you can't really see the rear view mirrors. Although, let me just try one thing. Well, that was easy. Did it work? Hey, shit, good enough. All right. I am going to make the detail in this tunnel a little bit better. You know, I think it looks all right. I'm just gonna add some like sidebars to the edges there, so there's not just these gaping parts sticking out. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. I have it set to one sample in preview. It's actually gonna look like that, I guess. Just wondering why it looks like it. What if I set it to a spotlight? Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, it looks much better. Much better. Holy shit. Yeah, let me save that. Why is my raid not showing up? Oh. Well, there it is. Mythics, hello, and friends, thank you for the raid. How are y'all doing? How's everybody doing? Hope you're all having a good time. If you've never been here before, I'm Fred, or at the moment, Wolf O'Donnell. I answer to either or, I guess.
Yay.
Yeah, I'm Fred. I'm the guy that's making this Star Fox cartoon called A Fox in Space. I'm working on the 3rd episode now. A lot of good stuff coming on the way. Yeah, the cartoon's coming along good. We've got almost 4 minutes of animation done. Still got to go in and do mouth movements and stuff, but a lot of these scenes are going to have Polish voice actors. All of these lizard people speak Polish, and homeboy here does not. Leon does. But yeah, like we've got about 3.5 minutes, give or take. find the rest of the scenes here. Why Polish? Well, Leon's last name is Kowalski. It's like the Smith of Polish last names. So I figured that he would be Polish or from a Polish background. Truth is, in my cartoon, his father is Polish, his mother is Russian, and he speaks like 4 different languages. The rest of his family does not. His father does not. His father only speaks Polish. So when Wolf shows up at the Kowalski compound, yeah, this is, let's see here. Where's the first part? Here, loading up another piece. So where the cartoon actually begins is on Fortuna, and these fellas are down here having a shashlik bug barbecue while they're waiting on the fog and stuff doesn't render if it's playing. Like, it's got to actually render that, but Wolf actually shows up. This isn't rendered. This is just like in the file where, you know, it doesn't have all the fog and the nice effects and post and stuff rendered, but it's the gist of it. And then part 2. He's blowing smoke here. You can't see it. I'll show you the rental, or I mean the render thing here in a little bit. Yeah, I want to play some more 6 Days in Fallujah with Laughing. That's super fun. They plan on it being like 16 player or something. That's insane. And anyway, Wolf gives the keys to that ship that he stole to this guy, who's representative of Janusz Kowalski. And oh my God, I have the grass turned on. This grass should not be turned on. It's gonna run super slow. Let me turn that off. Anyway, imagine the grass. Imagine the grass. Trust me, I walked in here, I said, wow, that's some great grass. It's the best grass I've ever seen. It's my grass. But yeah, have a good one. We'll see you around. But anyway, so you got Nikolai testing out the ship, making sure that it's set up the right way. And these fellas are down here eating the rest of their land lobsters. And it's where the guy's gonna be like, hey, you want some? There's plenty here if you're hungry. And Wolf's like, look. It's like, here. Go on, take one. Like, he's saying it in Polish. Wolf has no idea what any of them are saying. And then he's like, so how do I open the shell? And okay, you're just eating the whole thing. All right. Well, and this is where he looks at it and says, never thought I'd miss the food on Corneria. And this isn't done yet, like he's gonna.
I'm gonna work on that tomorrow.
And then he eats it and, whatever, and then it shows this shot of him in the car and everything. And he's gonna look over like, it's not too bad. And then the next shot. This is gonna be the shot that actually shows the Fox in Space logo as Wolf is being driven to where he hopes is going to be a successful meeting with the boss of this family that his father owes money to. That's gonna be a tricky script to write. Yeah, this is what I've been working on for the past day or two. I'm glad you think it looks right, Cypher. But actually, Rex is doing a lot of the chewing animations and stuff. Like, he nailed it.
I'm the food guy.
How did his father get in trouble with the mob? Yeah, there might be a side comment from Yanush saying, if your father didn't want to get into trouble, maybe he should have something or whatever. Yeah, maybe he should have, known when not to bet on a slot machine or poker cards or something or whatever. I don't know. It might be revealed. I was really happy with this one here. Look on his face, or his look here in a second, where it's just like, it's like, It's that grass slowing everything down. I'm gonna love this scene when it's done, when all the voice and the sound effects and everything's in. But anyway, before you go, I wanted to show you the actual renders of when he gets to the actual place that he's going. If you don't mind, it's only like 30 seconds. Come on, DaVinci. Why does DaVinci take so long to load? Loading video plugins. Did it crash? The one time I want to show someone something, it's loading Fairlight engine. My CPU, well, okay, it's just because I have so much stuff open. All right, DaVinci, show it to me. Oh, there's an update. Oh my God. Is it actually gonna? Here we go. I got it. It's here. There we go. This is the actual render of the scene. Like with all the effects put in. And there's going to be a scene after this part where he's eating. See, this is where he jumps down and the lizard guy blows smoke in his face. And he's going to grab the key from him and all that. Like I said, I don't have the words and stuff. And then comes the part where the guy's on the ship and you saw it and he's testing it, and then the guy gives the bug to Wolf to eat. He eats the bug, and then they're in the car driving to the complex, And then they arrive at the Kowalski compound, the father of Leon. And it's this big fancy place. It's got a bunch of lizard ladies in bikinis swimming in a ceiling swimming pool. And it's I like it. It's pretty great. And then, like, they're not really animated here. They're just kind of sitting. I've got their objects in place. And like, Wolf's going to be sitting there across from them, asking them questions. And they're not going to have any idea what he's saying. Just kind of... And he looks over and asks the other guy where... There's a clip in episode 3 where President Wolf is getting toasted. You method act those lines or by drinking. No, I've been there enough to know how to act when you're drunk. Will getting tipsy help you a little bit? Yeah, sure. Don't ever. You never go full drunk. Don't ever go full drunk. No, I have to have a little bit of alcohol if I'm like voice acting in something for something big, because I will have really bad anxiety working on stuff for like the first 10 minutes, and then, you know, everything kind of levels out after that point. I don't know if I've ever done voice acting when I was drunk. Like, I mean, if I acted goofy or whatever, sure, but like actually recording something, no, I don't think I have. And it's so funny, this part here, like, if you notice the couch that Wolf is on, there's a rug covering it up, and if you look at the couch behind the rug, there are some suspicious red stains, and the 2 cushions on the left are upside down compared to the other couch. There's just going to be a lot of signs pointing to the fact that Wolf is probably going to get killed by these people. But yeah, that's some of the stuff I've got done in the past month or two. Like, it's or 3. I think I started on this like 2 or 3 days after I uploaded episode 2. I was like, it's done. I can finally have a vacation, and 2 days later I'm just back working on it. It's like, it felt like I was just moving on to the next scene. Yeah, oh, that's just borscht. James wouldn't be stealing ships. Wolf is just kind of on autopilot at this point, where if I were actually to take a proper vacation, where would I go? Probably Batumi, Georgia. Or yeah, I'd go to Georgia. I know I don't speak any Georgian, but a lot of people my age and older there speak Russian, so I would be able to get around. And Tokyo, maybe. Hokkaido. Somewhere pretty. Yeah, I think that's a good bit. Always feels good to get a lot of work done. I was really afraid of that rear view mirror thing, like right here. But it works. It absolutely works. I do feel the green on this flag is a little too close to Leon's color, or Piotr's color. That's a little different. No, it looks too much. Well, no, that's fine. That's fine. It's good. It's good. This is obviously where these dudes are from. They gotta have the little flag. I'm gonna love the part that comes with the God, the direction on that voice acting is gonna have to be perfect for like the knife scene where Leon comes in. Basically, Wolf shows up, and the main lizard guy that I showed in this here. These two guys here are brothers, and this is their half brother Leon, and this is the father of all of them. Well, what am I going to do with this guy here? What do you think? What do you think? Well, but yeah, this is their dad, Yanush, and he's been some places, and he basically tells Wolf, he's like, well, you screwed up bringing the ship here. I'll take it, but I can't let you leave. So my youngest son is going to let your blood. Just don't resist. It'll hurt less. And Wolf very frantically convinces them not to kill him with a letter that he's written in horrible broken Polish that he studied for a week, and with a knife to it, with Leon holding a knife to his throat, he reads this piece of paper that he wrote of this like heartfelt speech in Polish that he can't speak at all, but he's still trying, and they can still understand him. But anyway, like that's this whole scene is gonna be that. Probably, I guess, the first act of episode 3 is gonna be just like Wolf, and then the last little bits of act 1 will be Farah getting hers and Bill getting his, reprimanded. Cutting straight from this to Froggy Fresh as Farrah Phoenix's dad singing a song on a piano in his office. You know that's gonna be so great. It will be pure Kino. I don't know what to do about this dumb daughter of mine. She's knocking at the door. Baby, come in, is how I reply. Something silly like that, and she just walks in, and he keeps singing, and he looks over his shoulder at her, and she's just staring at him, and he's like, she doesn't know how much she's in trouble right now. Why's she giving me that look? Like just something like that, and she's just like, can we? He just slams the lid shut on his piano and wheels over in his chair. He's like, don't you tighten up your lip at me, girl. God, I can't fucking wait. That's gonna be so good. The more scenes I finish writing and designing in this, the better I feel about episode 3. I really do. All right. I've got to figure out what I'm going to do for dinner. What am I going to do for dinner? I wonder what I'm going to do for dinner. Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy Konk's Quinced. Let's go raid Pendleton Ward. Land lobster shashlik. All right. Well, I might be on here tomorrow and I might be over in Rex's stream, but either way, please come around and stay tuned for it. Y'all have a good one and I'll catch you next time.
Hey, no ad this time.